did that in ALA3.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, yeah. Let's see. Would we try to do it with bluff values? In this case, no. Um, so this is. Let me see if I can pull up an example that um, helps us out. Okay, so this was a review ALA that I had at the beginning of the class, and um, and there's this data set with data set 3 CSV, and there was a variable called M score. You remember that? That's molecular marker score.
Yeah.
Okay, and so the idea here was just to simply do a regression. And let's see if I can help you out. So I think it was called dataset 3. So there's an M score here, and it changes a little bit. 4.79 and 3.45 and that sort of thing. In this case here, your M score for your simulated data, let's go back and take a look at that now. So it's very much like that example at the very beginning. But in this case, for ALA 16, let's see. What I need is my worksheet. So in this case here, my score, my molecular score, is either going to be G or T or C or what, or A or whatever, and you can substitute. Okay, you can say, well, if I've got a TT, well, I'm going to substitute something called a -1. Or if I've got a CC, I'm going to call it a +1. Or if you prefer, you could go, it'll be 0 or 2. Okay, if you remember in our quantitative genetic models, and there's a graph I said it's a good idea to remember this graph. Come on. So now what we're doing is we have -A and A. That was all simulated, but I said, you can also estimate these things. Let's see if this is where that graph is, because all I'm really trying to do is get you to do this. Okay, so you could have a 0 or a 1 or a 2. Okay, for your homozygote or your other homozygote or your heterozygote. And in this case, I don't remember if we're simulating doubled haploids. Is that what we're simulating? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so with doubled haploids, we don't have any of these things that are called heterozygotes. We only have these. Okay, and we only have these. And so you will have, you could graph this, for example, for each one of these families. So just start off doing your analysis on a bi-family basis. And you'll have a marker, and there'll be a marker, and it'll be homozygous CC or TT. And then you will have some values on this axis, and those values are your phenotypic values. Whatever the, you end up simulating those to be. Okay, and the phenotypic values are just a summation of all of your genotypic values and the random variability. It's, the yield, whatever you've simulated. So you'll have some score here that says 0, or it has 2, but within a family, and you'll have some yield values. And all I'm asking you to do with that question, where did it go? There it is. All I'm asking you to do with that question is estimate using a regression kind of question. Okay, and so you're just going to estimate what's the slope. And so your model will be, you'll have an intercept. If you code your homozygotes as 0, 1, and 2, or 0 and 2, meaning the number of alleles, then your regression model, which I provided back early in the semester, and when you do the regression, you just feed in those 2 columns, and you just regress the phenotype onto the genotype, and it will tell you, whether or not there's any relationship for that marker and the phenotype that you've simulated based on 3 of those loci. Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
It does. So hi, Cassandra. If we run that through R, then we would get the visual representation, but would there also be a printout of the intercept and slope values? When we were running through it last night, we weren't getting anything like that, so we're not sure if we have the right code.
Oh, okay. You want to show me your code?
Yes, I can put in the chat window what we were using. It's actually Emily's code, so I won't take credit for code that's not mine.
It was code we had previously used.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
I changed it a little bit, I think.
Of course, yeah.
Ooh, I'm making a mess now. Maybe if you could share it, Emily.
Where's...
Or we can race. We can see who can do it faster.
Did you put the code into Canvas?
No, we could put it up on the board, but right now it's just going to show up in that little Zoom chat window. So this is what we were working with yesterday.
Okay.
Did you find yours, or did you put it in?
Yeah, I just put it in.
Okay.
I was just having trouble using a mouse. I was like moving pieces of text instead of copying and pasting, and I corrupted it, so I just had to close it and open it again. We weren't sure if that part where it's like line, P and then PCH equals 150, if the number should be the number of entries that you're doing your regression on.
Oh, I don't see your code yet. You'll share it. Yeah.
So there's like that little Zoom chat.
Zoom chat.
I can share the screen too. I'll share my screen.
Oh, share your screen. Okay.
I can do that too. Like it's in the chat window, but I can just share.
It's in the chat window. Okay. Now, wait a second. Okay, Zoom chat. Now I see it. Okay.
Oh, okay. Good.
All right. So you got your data set, and you're going to plot a line, and then I don't know what PCH stands for.
Us either.
Yeah, that's probably the symbol that's used there. Okay, but you have your linear model that says yield equals M score, and then you use the AB line for that. That all makes sense.
Okay.
Now, I think you can ask somewhere you can ask for the slope. And let's see, under the LM, data set 16. Oh, I see. So you replace data set 16 with this model, LM yield.
Okay, and that was just based on what we did in assignment 3. So
Yeah, and so you replace the object data set 16 with this regression. And then you said AB line yield.
I think something's missing there. I think I chopped a piece of that off and never replaced it.
Yeah, I think there is something replaced there. But if you were to just type DS16, what would it tell you?
It would just make, or it would direct you to the item in the global environment in our studio. So we maybe don't need to have that linear model bit. We could just plot our data set.
Well,
line in.
Let's see.
I was able to have everything plotted, but then when I tried to do the AB line, it said that it was only using the first 2 lines of data, and then it gave me a really weird line that was diagonal and only went the wrong direction. And
okay, well, tell you what, why don't I share my screen again, and we'll see if we can't sort this out. And I'm going to turn on our studio. I'm going to move this over here so I can find it. All right, let's see. Number 5. Okay. There's that. And let's see if I can find some R code in here. R code, the regression. All right, so this is what the code should look like. All right. So it's not quite the same, but let's, I'm going to take this same code. See, now, I don't remember what, there'll be a little bit of stuff that I'm doing here that I'm going to have to make sure is cleaned up. New R script, we'll put it in, and so I need a different data file. This is called review for 528. All right, so that's where that data set is. And then it's called data set. So what does data set 4 look like? Oh, same thing. Okay. So I'm just going to call it data set 4. We're going to read data set 4 and let's take a quick look at it. We don't need any of this stuff here. And call it data set 4. Okay, let's just see how this works. I may have a few questions asked here. Remember, in this case here, I'm using M-score that has other kinds of values in it, but it shouldn't matter whether you're using 0, 1, or 2. Okay, and we'll attach that thing, and then we'll do a plot. Doesn't know what P is. Oh, I see what the problem is. I highlighted it and didn't. So when you do the p-score, it's going to say 0 and 2, okay? It's not going to have all these other values. It's just going to say 0 and 2 on this axis, okay? And then, and that's just for one of the families. Don't do it across all the families. Just start off with one family at a time, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, so you'll have to subset it. And then you'd like to know, what is the, if you will, the slope. Okay, and so right now, I have this YLD for all environments, and I can't really tell what the slope is. I can put a line in there, okay, but yield all environments. So I need to look at yield all environments, okay? And so what does yield for all environments tell me? Well, it tells me I've got these coefficients with an intercept of 106 and an M-score, meaning the slope is 12 units. Does that make sense? In other words, for every unit that I go to the right, so I go from 2 to 3, I'm going to increase by 12 units. Yield's going to go up by 12 value of 12. So that's all that, and that's really all you need. In your case, it's going to be these, as I said, this M-score is going to have zeros. It's going to have a 0 and it's going to have a 2. And you do that for each family. And then what you'll do is you'll come back and try it again across all families. So what's going to happen when you do it across all families with this simulated data?
Might get really messy
Yeah.
to interpret, almost
Well,
like a flat value maybe.
Well, you're going to have a lot more data points. So for you're going to have a lot of zeros here if G is 0, okay, and then A is 2, or maybe vice versa. I don't know. It depends on how you decided to do that. And then you'll have a bunch of zeros, or so you just end up with one of these families not really contributing. There will be yield for every individual in the population, but it's just and then the other thing that it's not just a regression based, do it on a by family. So you'd have 9 regressions for this first locus, wouldn't you? Because you've got the first family in the first environment, second environment, third environment, so forth, right? And so you'll have, and all of that is just out of curiosity. But then what you'll do is you'll say, well, let's take the average yield across all environments, okay? And once you take the average yield across all environments for the first then you'll have 3, 1 for each family. And then you say, okay, now what I'd like to do is take the average yield across environments, but I want to look at the loci scores across all of the families. In which case, you're just going to end up with one slope for each of the loci. The only reason I'm suggesting that you go ahead and do it on a by family, by environment basis at any point is because that's what you use to simulate. And what you want to do is compare what you simulated with what you would estimate. and your estimate is just going to be this regression slope. The intercept, in this case, let's see if I can pull that back up. How do I interpret the intercept if I've got zeros and twos? So you're going to have a value for the zero, and you're going to have a value for the twos. The intercept is when you're at zero. And so that's going to be the yield when that marker locus is zero. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Will that be the value that you said would be for the overall mean? And the answer, that you're sort of scratching your head right now going, I'm not sure. But if you think about it, what you did is you said, okay, I'm going to set the mean to be consistent with a score that's halfway between, so the A value is either going to be plus A or minus A, and so the overall average is going to be for that marker is going to be halfway between the 0 and the 2. That's my sister calling me. That's better. Did you hear that? Hopefully not.
We just heard the ringing. It's not that bad.
Okay. So again, you can have zeros and twos, or maybe you're, and it's perfectly okay to do negative ones and positive ones. Those are, how you code it is up to you. It's just what happens when you code it. You have to you have to say, well, now I have to interpret this later on. Now, you guys are probably seeing some genetic values for these things here, and I'm not sure these genetic values are right. I just, put some values in there. I haven't sat down and really, they may be right. I don't remember if they make sense right now. Certainly, what I did is I said I don't want any value for, as long as it's a GG, it's not segregating. So anyway, and the reason I have only 3 of the loci, and you pick which 3 you want to be responsible for the genotypic variability. The reason I had to do 6 is because I want you to do a regression on the loci for which you did not simulate also, to have any genetic effect. And we would hope that if it was not part of the genotypic variance, a locus is not part of the genotypic variance, then you would hope that the slope on that would be 0. When you estimate it, you'd say, gee, I don't see, you would hope that there's nothing there, because it's not part of, you didn't assign an A value to anything, an additive effect to any of those other loci.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
The problem is that sometimes, even if you don't simulate it, you will get an association. Okay? And that's wherein the trouble lies with any of these genomic selection or QTL or GWAS studies is that sometimes you get an association when there's nothing there.
Okay, that makes sense now, considering some of the things that have been discussed in 523.
Okay. Yeah, so if you can imagine a genome, and you've got in this genome, let's just say 2,000 of these marker loci, and there's only 100 of them, or even 5 of them that have anything to do with the true genetic effects that are responsible for your phenotype. Well, if you have a 5% error rate and you've got 1,000 of these loci, you're going to detect about 50 of them as having something to do with that phenotype, just by chance alone. And so then, as you read the literature, you start realizing, once you understand that that can happen by chance alone, you want to protect yourself from making those kind of mistakes. And that's when you read the literature, they come up with certain techniques, or statisticians have come up with certain techniques to protect yourself with that. And one of those techniques that you'll hear about is called a false discovery rate. And so you control how many of these false associations you're willing to live with. Okay. And so you could say, well, I don't want more than 3 false discoveries.
Sound familiar, Emily?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, there's Bartolini's, I think, is one of the models you can use for GWAS to help protect against that, and FDR, and then there were some modified ones in between.
Okay. Now, with only 6 of these things, and half of them having something to do with it, there's, all of you are going to do your own 6, but so I don't know if any of you will find a false association just because the way the numbers aren't likely to work out that way. But that means that there's 60 in the class. There's as many as 60 loci that are not associated with the phenotype. And would we expect any of those to turn up? Yeah, at a 5% rate, probably not. But we're kind of at a 50-50 chance of somebody having a false association in the classroom. But when you send in your answers, then we'll know if everybody gets it done right. Then afterwards I can say, well, only one of you picked up on a false association.
Now I feel challenged to try and find one.
Well, the easiest way to do it is simulate 100 loci that have nothing to do with it, and have 3 or 4 that do have something to do with it, and of those 97 that aren't supposed to, you'll find at least one of them.
Makes
and
sense. Okay.
Maybe as many as 5. Now, false associations are not a major expense, because people will run the experiment again, and those things will go away. So but they become kind of an issue if you decide to go in and try to clone a gene. And once you make that decision, you're making a decision to do something that's very expensive. And at that point, you want to really protect yourself against those false associations. On the other hand, if you're just going to use these associations to help you with selection, you know, you're going to use markers that you're going to use a mix of markers that do have an association and some markers that don't, and the ones that don't, they really don't have much impact on, you know, if they're a false association, they won't have much impact on your selection. So it just depends on what you want to do with the results of your estimates. Some decisions are expensive and others aren't. The other problem that you may get is that you know that you simulate with 3 of these loci, and so you know these 3 loci really do affect the phenotype, but you might fail to see. So that's, you know, that's kind of a failure to detect something when it's really there. And I don't know if you remember, but that's what's called a type 2 error. And so if you fail to detect something that's really there, that can be kind of a bad outcome also, because then maybe you would throw that away as not being useful, and maybe and then you move on with your breeding program, and somebody else has detected that, and maybe they make progress better than you do. So these other types of errors, these false negatives, can also be expensive.
Yeah, and which one do you protect yourself from more, false positives or false negatives? Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Both. Grow more plants.
Yeah. The answer is more plants.
Yeah. Although there's a limit to that too. Are there any other questions? Did that help take care of that one question?
Yeah, that helps. I was gonna ask, so for question 1,
Yep.
do we need we don't actually need to generate genetic variances at that point, so are we simulating what we have at each loci?
Yep.
Do we?
Yep.
That's it?
That's all you're doing.
Okay.
Yeah, and so in a sense you're simulating genetic variants, because it's this is a case where some loci give you genetic variability, but it's kind of meaningless genetic variability. It's not very useful. It doesn't help you with your interest in whatever your trait is. So you often, or at least when I was a breeder, I always heard people say, well, you're throwing away genetic variability. Yeah, but is it useful, genetic variability, that I'm throwing away?
Yeah, and isn't that the $1 million question right there?
That's also really important, yeah. Yep. So genetic variability alone is not, whether you have it or you don't have it, it's sort of meaningless. It's kind of a meaningless question.
That was the secret to ALA 14, wasn't it?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Any more questions? All right, I'll let you guys go, and I'll try to monitor the. Now, I hope most of you have had a chance to sort of think about question 2, and I kind of went through this in class, not on this version of this thing, but trying to figure out what is the additive effect. And that comes, I know why I wanted to do that. I did want to show you guys this, show something. So in the quantitative genetic models and the simulations, these notes here, I decided that there's something a little bit amiss, not really clear, maybe is a better way to say it. Okay, so, let's this is page 10. And this will help with how you're going to simulate, how you're going to decide what the value for A is. Okay? And in this case, I said, we're going to have 3 QTL. And we're also going to have an F2 population. And so we've already learned that, and this is the piece here. If you look at this, this is this number of QTL in this denominator was, kind of put underneath the square root. And it's not, you can misinterpret that, I guess is the right way. So anyway, what I wanted to do is say, so if, we want the total phenotypic variability to be 98, as before, and the frequency of the alleles at all 3 loci is 0.5, as in an F2, then the additive genetic variance is going to be 98 times 0.7, because we said we wanted this to be, will contribute additive values that are responsible for 30%. Okay, so this should be 0.3, okay, not 0.7. And so this number here has to be changed. So what's 30% of 98?
29.4.
Okay, so this is 29.4. And then what's A going to be? And so now we have to calculate what is A. And let's see, where did I do my calculations at? Why don't you guys help me out here? Oh, that's not what I want. Now we could use this to do it. So, we've got 29, what did you say it was?
29.4, yep.
Okay, so this equals the square root of 29.4 for divided by 2PQ, which is 0.5. Okay, so there's that piece. And then divide by the square root of 3, right?
Okay, yep.
Yeah, that looks like. So that value should be 4.43. Okay, so this should be 4.43.
Is that similar to the formula that you showed in lecture yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, because in that one you had in parentheses the square root of a square root and then parentheses whatever the value was divided by the number and then another parentheses. I don't know if that would make a difference.
It can. The way you interpret this, yeah, the way it had been written in the previous version of this, the way it's written, you can interpret it differently the way it was written. So I just wanted to be real explicit to get this number of QTL pulled out of, it was kind of over here somewhere. And I thought, nah, that you can interpret that 2 ways. Let's just make it so you can't interpret it 2 ways. Anyway, I put this set of notes with this correction in it into the the class notes, and the simulations for quantitative genetic model. This is in there, but it's I put 0.7 in here instead of 0.3, so that 0.7 is not correct. It should be 0.3 because I said in here 30%. The genotypic values are going to contribute 30% of the phenotypic variability on an entry mean basis. So I got another version. I'm going to have to upload this version also. I think there
Can you
was
highlight the Excel cell that you had that formula in? I just want to make sure I wrote it down correctly.
the Excel shell. I don't remember
was
which. I don't know which Excel sheet I put it in.
It's DS4.
It wasn't this one. Let's close that one. DS4 Excel. Okay.
Okay, there it is.
And let's highlight it. 29.4 and 2 PQ is 0.25. 2 times 0.25 is 0.5. So that's why this is here. And then square root of 3, which is the square root of the number of QTL.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Emily, did I send you? Were you able to? I sent you a PowerPoint.
Yeah, I saw that just before this started, but yeah, I was able to download the PowerPoint.
Okay. Okay, you were able to get it. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Did you get any snow out in eastern Colorado yesterday?
Yeah, we got maybe an inch or two, but it's all melted already.
Yeah. Okay. Are you close to Fort Morgan? Where are you at?
I'm actually 30 minutes north of Denver,
Oh,
so I'm yeah.
right on I-25
Yep, pretty much right off there.
in Fort Collins or where?
It's Longmont. It's
Oh,
kind of
okay.
halfway between there and Denver.
Mm-hmm. Got it. Okay. Any other questions? I'll put the latest version of simulation up there so that there's not any more. Well, there's probably skilled mistakes in it, like anything else. Any other questions?
Well, no, I'm good. The only question I got is, will the snow ever stop? It's coming down pretty good right now in our area, so
Oh, really? It's further
Yeah.
north. It's coming down, huh?
yeah, we're gonna get 5 to 8 inches overnight. Yay! Oh well, it is what it is. It's Minnesota. I knew what I was getting into.
Well, you sound like you're from Minnesota originally, are you?
Yeah, I grew up in Crookston, actually.
Oh, okay.
So in the Red River Valley. So
You sound like all my family members.
no, really.
Yeah.
Is your family originally from Minnesota area, or
Yeah. Well, originally they're from Finland, but they all
okay?
showed up in the Arrowhead, the Northeast Arrowhead.
That's where I live now.
Yeah.
So,
They
yeah.
all showed up there and tried to mine. Well, they some of them spent their whole lives as miners. My grandfather decided he couldn't stand being in a hole, so he started a paper company and cut down trees.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, folks,
All right.
that's everything.
Yeah, thanks for helping us out even when you're not feeling well.
Yeah. No excuses.
Thank you.
Okay,
All
goodbye.
right. Thanks.
Thanks.
Well, good evening, all.
Hello.
You mean?
How's it going?
It's snowing outside of my window. Like I said, now that Dr. Beavis is gone, this is enough.
Yeah.
I've had it. Anyway,
Better you than me. I was glad we're not getting any, but
yeah, I understand. We can take it. I'm just going to complain about it for a while. But anyway, I'm just crabby tonight. It's been a night.
it's been a week for me, so I have not started anything on this yet. How's it been going?
Oh, Michelle, were you on my defense yesterday?
I was not. I wanted
Okay.
to, but I had
No,
another
that's
meeting.
okay. That's all right.
How did it go?
I was recommended for graduation without reservation, so that it went well.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Well, congrats.
yeah. There was a Michelle apparently on the Zoom, and I didn't know who it was. That's all.
Oh. Nope.
That's
I was
it.
going to try to, but
Ah, it's okay. It's all right. It's fine. No. In fact, they may have a recording of it and put up somewhere, so if anybody ever gets really excited to learn about the germination rate of harvest timing in cultivated wild rice, you're more than welcome to watch it. But other than that, it's pretty boilerplate. I just
Yeah.
wanted to pass. I passed. Yay.
well, that's all you needed.
If anybody's going down to San Antonio for the ASSA, CSSA, SSSA meetings, I'll be doing a presentation there too on it.
Ooh.
So there's your
Very
big chance.
impressive.
No, I'm not impressed at all. I'm doing it because I'm being told to.
By work or by your?
By work.
Ah.
Yeah, my boss wants me to. We're going to turn it into a paper, and we're going to give a presentation and milk it for everything it's worth.
That's the spirit.
You got it.
Yeah.
So I've been building my data set.
So, what? Okay, and I haven't watched the lectures either. Does he go over how to build the data set this week?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yesterday he did a pretty good job of going over it.
Okay.
I mean, I think Cassandra and I got through it, I think, pretty easily after watching it.
Okay.
Mhm.
I don't want to
Yeah, like it's starting to feel pretty routine to build these models now.
Okay. Good. Well, I'll watch it and figure it out.
Yeah, so I mean, really, like, once you get that, we have 4 questions to answer.
Yeah. Well, that's
Mhm.
good.
Yeah, it gave us some good leads on some of that stuff today.
Yeah. Or I guess
Now,
not.
did you guys use the same generator for making the TTCC that we did for ALA 15? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Not exactly, but pretty close.
Okay, well, remember we had to create either TTs or CCs by number, and so we created the random number generator. Your nice generator
Yeah.
file that you had in there. Is that what you guys used for creating all of that?
Pretty
I mean,
much, yeah.
like the rank,
Okay.
yeah.
There's just more columns in this one because there's 6 loci.
Right.
So what exactly all did you simulate in this? Did you pretty much have a file similar to what he showed tonight? Or, because I was kind of not sure exactly what he meant by, like, so we have the hub line and then make the crosses and then cross it to the tester again. So are they really double haploids if we cross it to the hub line first?
Well, yeah, because what he said was you're crossing the hub line with one of the other inbreds, and then
Those are going on to a tester.
yeah. So
which
like,
is just like calculated artificially.
Okay.
But isn't the DH that we're creating, isn't that the cross between the hub line and the inbred? Like their
Yes.
progeny then become DH, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So
For question 1, are we just handing in like the Excel sheet?
yeah, that's what I asked him, because the other day he made it seem like we were supposed to answer an unwritten question, but then he said, "Yeah, just your simulation."
Yeah, and we don't need anything in those GV columns, right? Because he had the GV columns in his question 1 and his example, but
Yeah,
there's
that's
nothing to put in those ones, right?
yeah, because we don't use that till question 2.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was kind of figured. That's what I was getting, anyways.
Yeah, so this is what I did for like the first question.
Mhm.
Just like this was like the random number thing.
Sure.
And then yeah, and like so like if it's GG, it's just all gonna be GG.
Okay, and so that is comparing the loci for like inbred 1 to the tester or to the hub line first. That's just to the hub line.
Yeah, this is all like the hub parent with inbred 1 at loci 1.
Okay, so then GG by GG, you know that you only have GG, so you just put that in. But then if you had the option of either or, you just kind of split that 50-50.
That's where I don't know why my equation's not showing anymore, but that's where you do like the
If statement.
Like,
yeah, and then I went to the random number
hmm
and yeah, like the whole like less than
and did you just use the 50-50 again?
yeah the
Like below 50 or 5.51 or so it's basically similar to how we did the last one. We weren't necessarily that far off.
We were pretty darn close. We like did too much extra work last time is all.
Oh really? Okay.
That's kind of what I gathered.
Okay. I haven't listened to the lectures yet, so it was just after Sunday night. I didn't know how bad it was.
It wasn't that bad.
yeah he's gonna be nice with the grading.
Oh, is he?
It sounds like it. He's gonna try to like, okay, we made a very bad wrong turn at the beginning, but from there on out, did we do it correctly?
Okay. Gotcha.
He also says he can see why we made the mistake that we did.
So what was the mistake? Like that we didn't cross it to a tester and change something, or
Yeah, because I think we were supposed to make it more like what we're doing now,
okay.
but
I got
Oh,
the
yeah.
impression that we were not supposed to do, like, we did it as like a single loci, and we were not supposed to do it as a single loci.
Yeah.
yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
Excuse me. So who feels like walking through it all so we all get to the same point, and who just wants to ditch and go party?
That's what I want to do tomorrow.
All right. Well, I'm happy enough to tear into this tonight because that's my plan. If anybody wants to stick around.
Yeah, I plan to tonight.
This is my plan. I'm hoping to finish this assignment tonight. Trying to figure out the best way to do this. So, like, not everything in my file is perfect, but maybe I'll just put it on the chat and people, or not the chat, the discussion.
Mhm.
And then you guys can just look at it from there.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That's easier. And then, like, you can go through at your own pace and
Yeah, and you don't have to wait for us to catch up. Because, yeah, that takes a while to just get it built.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, that's definitely was the most time-consuming thing so far, but even then,
Yeah, and if you're not sure, like I said, he goes through it really well.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
In his example there, his numbers he was using were for like environment 2, weren't they?
yeah, there was one point where he used the wrong number.
Yeah.
Well, because I was kind of comparing what I was getting to what he has, because I was just thinking, like, because he had for the GV2, like the 15.5 15.02354, which is what E2 is. But I was pretty sure for that first one, you're supposed to use that 15.35, which is what you get for E1 family A.
Yeah, and I think he realized that because he said something about it tonight.
Yeah, I think that other than that, his numbers seem to be like what we should be getting.
Yeah.
There. So I shared my Excel file, so you can take a look-sees at that.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks. I'll look at that and get mine built.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I think we're right. We just kind of followed his lead.
Well, I took a look at it today when I had the chance, and it sure looks good. I don't see why it wouldn't be, is how I'll put it.
Yeah, there's some tabs in there that are like right out to lunch, though. Like, I have my like graph of the residual or like regression of the phenotypes. That's wrong. So
Okay, so if I've got this right, the hub parent is 1, the inbred, so we have 3 different families, A, B, and C.
Yeah.
And 1 replication of them to start with of 50, is that correct?
Yeah, for question 1, yeah.
Yeah, and then do you use the DH 1 through 50 in each family, or do you use DH 1 through 150 total?
I did DH 1 through 150.
Okay, that's what I was doing too.
I did as well, just so that there wasn't like any confusion with sorting.
Yep. Well, not only that, but each doubled haploid should be unique, shouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I did the same thing.
Yeah, it's mostly just to prevent R from doing anything funny if you like factored out the wrong column or had a linear model.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, and I highly recommend doing the color coding because it will make your life a little bit easier when you do the second spreadsheet, and you have to keep changing your if statements based on the environment and the family that you're looking at. So it's nice to have something visual to tell you to like hold your horses and think about where you are.
Got it.
I found with so many different like environments and reps and stuff, I had to go back and like I went back and double check stuff, and then I just had these numbers and I'm like, how did I even like where did this number come from? It was just like a random cell. Oh my god, good thing I went back and checked.
Yeah, well, and there was a couple where I just like totally put the wrong number in and went back and was like, oh, like what was I doing? Just
I think there were times where I tried to like cheat and like make it quicker, and so I like pasted like copy and pasted stuff, and then it just screwed me over in the end.
Yeah. So do you have your data sheet pretty much done then, Chelsea?
Yeah, I think it's all done. I kind of double checked it last night before I went to bed, and as far as I could tell, it all looked good.
Nice. Yeah, that's kind of where we got to, and we just like discussed some of the questions and tried to think of like good questions to ask Venus today.
I just, like I mentioned in the discussion, he's made the comment, or like it says in the question about including the parents. I didn't really know if we're actually supposed to have the parents in there, because even if we were, I didn't know like what you're supposed to use for a mean for the parents or anything. Because what does it say? It says like, simulate the genotypic and phenotypic values for the test cross DHs, including parents on a plot basis for plots grown in 2 complete blocks per family at each of 3 environments.
Yeah, I'm looking at your comment now. I'm not gonna
Yeah, it seems
leave it like that, because like I can see how like if you were doing observations, it might be nice to have the parent in there as a check or something. But
Well, it didn't look like he had them included.
yeah, I didn't think so. That's why I was like, I don't think we need them. But the way that the question is worded, it sounds like you should have them. But again, like then wouldn't you need to know what that mean and stuff should be, because they wouldn't. It's not like any of the means that we've been given.
Yeah.
the wording of the questions has been like a notorious issue throughout the course, so I wouldn't try not to lose too much sleep about it.
Well, not only that, but he keeps finding mistakes in his ALAs, so I kind of get.
That rubs me
That's
in
yeah.
the
How
road.
many years have you been teaching this that it shouldn't be changing that much, right?
and also in the notes, like the issues in the notes too, I find it so frustrating because I'm like, how are we supposed to learn this if there's mistakes in it? I feel like I can't always trust what the notes say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trust no one.
Oh well, that's what surveys are for.
Ooh, chills. I felt chills.
I feel like he's been doing this so long, and like I know so many
Yep.
people that said the exact same thing. Like it clearly does nothing.
Yeah.
I've definitely been, this has definitely been one of those classes where I've been like thinking about what I want to put in my survey.
Oh, really?
Now be nice.
Most classes are just like, whatever. I'm like, yeah, it was fine. But this class might have a few opinions.
Yeah. Like there's the point that yeah, we know it's worthwhile, and yes, I'm learning things, but also it's been a giant headache.
Yeah, the thing is, I feel like so much of this could be learned and not be so frustrating.
Yeah, it just doesn't have to be so hard, and I could have got a lot more of the statistics stuff, like the important meat and potatoes of the course, if I wasn't fighting with software as much, or misinterpreting questions, or...
Yeah.
I don't know how much time we spend trying to figure out what the question's actually asking for.
Well, that's pretty much plant breeding. I hate to say it, but what are you going to do all the time? Try and figure out what the hell the plant's telling you, right? Ha ha ha. No, I'm not going to defend it. I'm just. Anyway.
So for question 1, it looks like there actually is a question embedded in the question. So we have to submit the data sheet, and then is it valuable to make crosses with the tester? I think it depends.
Well, I asked him about that tonight, and he said you just attach the, like, we just create the values, I thought.
I'm nervous to not answer it, because I don't think you'd had in your table, but I think, yes, like, is it valuable? It's like, well, it depends.
I think he's looking for. Yeah, he wants us to brain think it, as he put it.
Is that actually written in the question? Because I don't see it in mine.
Question 1 is the very last sentence, unless I added that in there.
Yeah, because he had kind of said that on Tuesday,
Yeah.
like, but he didn't really say we had to put it in there.
The last sentence I have on question 1 is the genotypic scores for each of the parents and the tester provided in table 1.
Okay, yeah, my assignment is getting a little bit cobbled because he keeps on being like, oh, this should be this and this should be that and it should be this word instead, and now it's like not the same template as everyone else's. Oh my goodness.
Well, I'd kind of made a note about him talking about that, but I always like if I put it in red so that I would know it wasn't originally part of the question, but
That's smart.
yeah, because I wrote in there in red, talk about whether the tester will be useful, because he was going over that, but then afterwards I was looking at the question again, and I'm like, I just don't see where it's asking us about that.
Yeah, and like I asked him like if we had to have any values or anything besides that, or if we just have the genotypic scores, and I thought he said just have the scores, or like your simulated.
Yeah, I might just put like a quick little blurb that shows that like, I understand that I don't want to use the tester if it's just the same.
Yeah, it might just be worth throwing it in there,
Yeah, it just
as long as you actually know what you're talking about.
I'm not going to say much. I'm just going to say that the utility of the cross with the tester will depend on the inbred. Period. That should have a period. If the loci has potential for segregation, then there would be value. This could mean creating a scoring system that would allow you to determine the number of potentially segregating. That's it. That's all I'm going to say. Okay. I question 2. We have our amazing looking spreadsheet. It's so good. Lovely. Oh yeah, this one, I'm excited there's lots of people online because we started talking about it last night about the design component.
Mm-hmm.
Emily looked through the notes from 521 and incomplete alpha lattice looked promising.
And I agreed. Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with that.
And so far, without deep looking at it, I agree.
And how would you defend your choice, Emily?
That's what I just wrote. No, I mean, that's in the discussion I just wrote. We have to be able to explain it, and that's...
Well, I mean, well, the incomplete block design is best when a large number of genotypes are being tested, which we have. And we have 2 reps, so the alpha lattice works best for that.
Oh, okay, okay, sorry. Cassandra, I'm looking at your question 1 on your spreadsheet, and that's all we have to do is just the random numbers and then the loci?
Maybe.
No, I see that you have color-coded your 3 families. That's exactly what I have. I'm just kind of scared because it seems simple.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
that's
it's a little bit scary, but that's what we have so far is just like showing that like we did it, but there's no value assigned because you can't assign a value because there is no mean. There's no very, very minimal information. And then
you just pull that down for your location setup. Yeah, okay, I got it.
And then we expand on this in the second one, but we throw in a couple different environments and add an extra replication.
Yep, 300, ultimately 300, or 900, sorry. Yeah, makes sense. That's too simple, I'm scared.
So one question, the value you have in R, like the 232, like were you just figuring out your mean value or what were you doing there?
That was in his spreadsheet and I didn't know why. And
okay. Cause yeah, I saw that in his too and I was like, what's that for?
I couldn't figure out why it existed. There was a couple of things because like we followed his model and like, yeah, in the second, when you get to the second sheet too, I have a grid that's empty. He had some numbers and I don't know what they were or why they were there.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't know. I think they might be family averages or
I think it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't. It didn't prevent me from not filling it in.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Yeah, I think that he's used these for many, many discussions and things have gotten filled in over time and then, you know, it's kind of a mishmash. Not everything applies. So I'm not worried looking at his notes anymore. If we don't end up using it, okay, that's bonus or whatever. I don't know.
For the design, is it would you use an incomplete lattice? We have full reps, right? I don't know if I remember exactly how the incomplete lattice is set up, but
yeah, well, because you have like the incomplete block, and then within that, it can be like alpha lattice or augmented. And there's a third one, and we'd want and the alpha lattice is for replicated trials, which is why I said that.
all right.
Yeah, and like I said in my answer that I would want to block families together just to make sure that they're being looked at as a unit and then have everything blocked as the families and then have that replicated twice because we don't want to be mixing our different families together.
Right, because then you could just like eliminate 4 families first, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you created a locked phenotype in your question 2, and I'm assuming that's so you can keep that value separate from all the constantly changing ones.
Yeah, well, we were doing like a little bit of like data exploration and trying to figure out what to do with the values last night, and we thought that maybe we needed to do the linear regression on phenotype, but that doesn't sound like it's the case anyway. So this locked phenotype probably doesn't matter, but I'm just gonna leave it because it's there.
Family average by location, family average overall. Okay.
And those values might not matter.
Right, right. I'm not going to worry about it. Like you said, there's a lot of stuff that we kind of explored around, and then it's like, oh, do we really need it?
Yeah, well, and maybe it will be good for him to see those worksheets and see, like, how we are maybe making these mistakes. Where our I can't talk good today. Our logic flaws are there. That's not a, like, fancy way to say that, but... Yeah, I don't know. Any other thoughts on the plot design?
Well, for right now, I like the like what has been said but I can't really. I couldn't sit right now and explain it if I had to.
No, well, like these ones are nice because people usually have some good input on the discussion board. So I don't know. This is a good answer until it gets.
Yeah, I agree. That would be a good one for on the discussion board so that other people can be involved. Yep, I agree.
You guys want to talk about B?
Sure.
So we went over this one last night too, and like our answer is pretty simple. Did you ask Beavis about this today? I was a couple minutes late the one time that he was exactly on time, or maybe early.
The first thing I had asked about was C.
Oh, okay, so you just like jumped right into that.
Yeah, because that was like he got on before I was expecting, and that was the first thing I thought of.
That's fair. Well, because yeah, like, so last night when we talked about question B, we just said like, you know, what relationships can there be? Well, there's among families, between families, and then family by tester, and they're either half siblings or full siblings. And like, Chelsea, do you think that's enough to say about those relationships?
I'm not sure. I'm just looking at it right now. So I was saying, like, among families.
Yeah,
it says among families, so like, among, would that be like between families? What relation? Among. Because it says among and within.
Oh yeah, and I have it written down as among and between.
Oh.
But among should be within. So yeah, like within a family, everyone's a half sibling. No, within a family, they're within a family, they are full siblings. They have 100% the same parents. Between families, they're half siblings because they all have the hub parent. And then family by tester is again half siblings because they all share the tester.
This question doesn't include the tester, does it? What are relationships among within these DH families before they were crossed to a common tester?
Touche.
You're doing extra work again.
Ugh. It's just all I want to do.
What the heck is wrong with this?
I thought you were going to say me.
No, my values are 100 times greater than yours.
In which cell?
I'm an idiot. Don't worry about it. Okay. I'm
Was it a decimal place thing? Did you put
I'm stupid.
Did you put 0.08 instead of, or 0.8 instead of 0.08 for total?
Yeah, how'd you know?
Because I did that last night.
What did you do?
I made the same mistake.
No, what was the mistake? Just so I make sure I didn't do it.
oh, if your numbers match Beavis's, it won't matter. But for the total residual variance, it's 0.08 times your mean, and then.
Okay, but how does it become 0.08? That's what I want to know.
That's what the CV is for each environment.
Yeah,
How do you? Oh, I'm stupid. Okay.
It's that 0.08 times the mean squared, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be cute and I'm stupid.
Yeah, I missed the 0 yesterday too, and I was like, why are all of my values like 35 million or 35,000?
Exactly.
Just a rounding thing. So yeah, right away I was like, this sounds familiar. We did this. We don't have to do it again. Okay.
Right.
Well,
Are you guys going to be on for a little while yet? I got to go eat supper with my family, but I don't want to come back and find everybody gone.
I'll be on. I'm still working on mine, so I'll be on for a while tonight.
Okay, I shouldn't be too long.
Well, now we're on to C, which is probably the worst question.
yeah, this is the nasty one.
I'm still not.
We went a lot of strange places with this one last night, and they were all wrong.
Well, we had some of the R code. I think was correct, like creating aggression. But
Yeah, the R code was fine. It was just like,
we're supposed to create numbers for the.
yeah. So didn't we do this in one of the other assignments too, where we kind of like created a binary in order to input the marker data because R doesn't read letters?
Yeah, that was more convoluted, but yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, it sounds like for each column we go through, or for each family, we go through, and one, like GG would be 0, AA would be 2, or wait, yeah.
Yeah. So for loci 1, GG is going to be 0 now. For loci 2, CC is going to be 0 now. And for loci 3, AA is going to be 0 now.
Would you mind showing me how you're setting up your file? I was a little confused when he was talking about it.
I am not completely decided, so let's learn and decide together. So I just have, I was just putting in here that like I want these to change. So should we pop these at the end, or should we just like shove everything down?
What do you? Oh, I was gonna because we had to put this into R, so I was just gonna create a separate CSV file.
Oh, so like in this like where we were trying to make other data sets last time, we could just move it over. Oh, that's stupid. I want more information than that. What do you think we need for the regression then? Just like the DH number and the loci?
I think that's. Yeah, I think we also need to have like yield.
And yield.
But the main thing is like the M score, which is like, the 0 or 2.
Okay.
So we would probably. Let me think about this.
Oh, and we're going to have to separate them by family because we have to look at the families and the environments and the reps. So you probably want all of these qualifiers. And then I'm going to grab my locked phenotype and pop that at the end.
So the thing is,
Yes.
we have 3 loci for each family.
Mm-hmm.
Each of those is going to have an M score, and we can't have 3 M score columns. And I don't know if we.
Some of them? No, because he said that you would have this or that.
So I wonder if we need to
He mentioned having a slope for each loci.
Yeah. So I think
look at each family in each environment, and then across all environments. The intercept and the slope is embedded. I never would have figured that out. That's real handy. And then he said that we're going to want a slope for each loci, because by having a slope for each loci, then we can decide if they're associated
Yeah.
or
So
not.
I think we would have a column. Have to add a column that says like loci, and like and then it'd be like loci 1, 2, or 3, and then we would have to do the M score in a separate column. So we would increase the number of total lines we have. Oh, this is a mess.
So there'd be like an M score for each loci then?
I think. Yeah.
I can make an if statement, or I could just find and replace. Oh, that didn't work. Oh geez, what did I just do? Control H. I love that so much. I hate that sound though. What's the other call in this column?
Huh?
A.
Oh, so stupid of me.
What did you do? If you care to share.
Oh, I just being an idiot, copying down too far, and making this more difficult.
Sorry, only got to do this 2 more times. Yeah, that can be there. So then we could just delete the loci column now, because we don't need that in our at all.
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah, because it'll just make it mad. It won't like it. I'll change this to P for pheno. Lowercase p, because life's hard enough already. And I'm just going to make that ms in lowercase.
I have returned.
You're quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I want to get this done.
Fair enough. So,
And one thing that I haven't mentioned, but I'll say it now because the dorks are in the living room, is my son turns 17 tomorrow. So,
ooh. So you
Yeah.
got plans?
maybe. If I say anything bad, things happen. So,
Fair enough.
All right. So who is sharing? Oh, Cassandra's sharing. What are you sharing, Cassandra?
We're getting our data sheets ready to put into R to do the linear regressions by
Oh, yeah. Okay.
environment and stuff. So we took our letters and turned them into numbers for the M scores. And then we're just, I was just about to ask, would we make a series of sheets, like one for each environment? We want to.
Well, I think environment, you can do the subset like we've done in the past, right? Directly in R.
Okay, that would. I forget how to do that, but if someone wants to champion that.
Yeah, I have the code still.
Okay. Family in each environment, then across environment. So we can just take all of this and make this our datasheet 16. That is the CSV.
Sounds good.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing now.
Boy, she doesn't like us. So
Well,
aside from MS 1, 2, and 3, what was the last column heading?
P for phenotype.
All right.
Just a fixed phenotype column.
Yep, and then you had the, what was it, AACCTT, each one equaling 0, is that right?
Yeah, so whatever the genotype score was for the tester or for the hub.
Okay, gotcha. That's the 0.
And then whatever the one inherited from the inbred is would be assigned as 2.
You can hear that, can't you?
I can.
Suddenly he's quieter.
Oh no.
I know how to shut up a teenager.
Hey.
Okay, so sorry to backtrack a little bit, but in that question 2 dataset sheet, so everything along the top should just be standard for all of us, right? That's not actually based on any of the random values.
Yeah,
that's just based on Beavis's data set, so.
Okay, excellent.
You're talking, okay, sorry, I only caught half of that, Michelle. You're talking about like the proportion of total genetic variance table.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yep.
that's what I'm tearing through as well.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so maybe somebody already knows the answer to this. For the total residual variance, I understand that you're taking that 8%, which we got out of the question, times the mean for that particular cell. But why is it squared? Just wondering. I'm willing to take Beavis's formula at face value, but I thought I'd ask.
Once.
And that gives us our environment 1, environment 2, environment 3. But I was just wondering why it was squared.
I can't remember if he said anything about that in lecture or not.
Sorry, I
don't
just said
recall it, but
for which?
okay. So this would be the total residual variance.
Yes.
So the formula is the I can't remember the CV, the 8%
Times the mean
times the mean,
squared.
and then squared. Why? I'm just wondering why it's squared. You guys can be mad if I'm asking stupid math questions I shouldn't be.
I don't know.
Okay, it's just the formula. Got it. I'll take it for that, and don't mind
That's
me.
the formula he used, so who am I to question it?
Just wanted to make sure I wasn't screwing anything up.
For sure.
I think it's got something to do because we're using the CV value, which we normally don't do. And normally we're taking the square root of, I can't remember. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to make sure it wasn't one of those things that was like stupid easy, and I just was not paying attention.
No. So,
Cassandra, do you need some of the how to do the subset?
yeah, I need to make subsets. I have my data imported into R, and now I need to have subsets so that I can run families individually. And I know we did this, and I just don't remember. And I did a really bad job of like inventorying my R code.
So this is what we did for one of the other assignments.
Oh yeah.
Are you sharing something?
Yeah.
Okay, just a second. I want to take a look at this.
I like specifically started a Word file of useful code for R for this
Mm-hmm.
exact
That's
reason.
smart.
Yeah, I wish I would have done
Oh
that.
yeah, I remember this. That's when we did those different environments.
Yeah, we had lots of them to do.
Yeah, the file's a good idea. I just have a billion different untitled documents in my R right now,
Mm-hmm.
which
Yeah.
makes me search all over.
That's what I have going on too, and it's really cumbersome to go back and look for things because I'm like, okay, what would this be in?
I have that as well, but eventually I was like, this is dumb. I'm just putting stuff into a file that's easy to look through.
Yeah, well, because clearly that's what he's done too. Like, he doesn't just have all of his code memorized.
Oh yeah. And I've been just creating new ones. Yep, here it is. I've got it for, I guess I don't have the DS or the set, but environment 2 subset, blah, 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 all the way through. And that's what we're going to need. Got it. We're not running ANOVAs, we're just doing these subsets, right? Or do we have to do an ANOVA for each one?
I don't think we need to do a no. Well,
Yeah.
that's not really the focus. I don't.
I am not suggesting that we do. I'm only asking because that's what we did in that lesson.
I think we just need the regression values
Yes, I gotcha.
to make a little table. Okay, so when it says, oh, so your data file is data. Emily?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And then environment equals, and it's going to be whatever the environment you want to subset is called in our spreadsheet. So you called yours A, B, and C.
My families were A, B, and C. My environments were 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so in here, when it's like environment A, subset, data 1, environment A.
Yeah. And that,
That's your old data set, though.
yeah, I just left it on there. And then I just, change it how it needs.
I getcha.
Trying to think of the best way to do this, though.
Yeah, so I'm doing like one for each environment.
What? Oh, that's why.
And then to do one for everything, you would just run the whole data set. But he also wants a slope for each loci. So would we need a subset for like loci by family?
Okay, here's something I have for the data set that I'm going through that I want to double check with you guys to make sure I'm not misreading it. So if you go back to question 2's data set, I don't mean to interrupt, but this might be important before you run it, Cassandra. You've got the FA to TC cell. I'll just go with G8. So
Cell G8.
Yeah, so G8, you're calculating your alpha value.
Uh-huh.
And you have 15.35, right?
Uh-huh.
So it's, what I'm going to say is, in the first cell, it's divided by 1 because there's only one cell that varies. Cell 2, I'm assuming there are only 2 that vary, as in the loci. You understand what I'm
That's my
saying?
understanding, but mostly I just made things matches.
Okay, I'm just wondering if it... I know that he used 1, 2, and 3, so don't get me wrong, but I'm just wondering about that because 2 and 3 should be the... For loci 1, 2 and 3 should be the same, shouldn't they?
2 and 3 what?
Well, it's because it's 1. You have it divided by 1 for E1, environment 1, F1.
Mm-hmm.
Environment 1 for F2. You have it as divided by 2, which makes
I believe
sense.
that's the number of segregating loci. That's what you're dividing by.
Yeah, but in for family 3, it's a 3.
Yeah, should be.
Oh. Forget it. Got it. Well, wait a minute now. There's 1 and 1. That's why I'm double checking all this to make sure. In the second one, it's the first and the second one are segregating. Okay, got it. I was looking at a different column. I was comparing it with something else. Don't worry about it. Okay, makes sense now. There we go. Now we know that you're not going to screw it up if you run it. Which I'm sure makes you feel good.
Yeah, just trying to figure out subsets. For loci. Yeah, like to break them up by loci, it would need to be a subset of like 2 qualifiers. So it would be like whatever the M score is. Then by family, because each family is going to be unique. I don't know.
I want to try. So I tried. I tried like running the code to get the everything we need. God, my brain's blanking. But anyways, when you try to run like the plot and then M-score, it doesn't recognize. Oh, that's because I ignore me.
Okay.
What? Oh, that's why. Oh, I got something, but it's not right at all. You want to see what mine looks like, Cassandra?
Sure.
This. Oh, that's because that's for family. That's for family A.
So there's no variation. Everything is just.
Yeah, remember it should be 0.
But that would be everything in family A.
Yes, so at Loc 2 there should be segregation.
Oh, no, I'm doing family A, and this is at loci 1, so yeah, that's accurate.
But are we supposed to just do a single loci?
Yeah, how are you running
Think
through?
there should be like 2 lines? Is that what he said?
Well, I thought we were...
Like 0 and 1 or something? Or 0 and 2, I guess?
Yeah, but... Because he said that you would just have 2 columns. So, I mean, I just wasn't sure, like, for setting up the file, if it would be... You have 3 separate M-score categories, 1 for each loci. Or if you would have everything combined.
What? In this one.
What did you plot yours by? Where it's like plot, so we're plotting the M-score by phenotype?
Yeah,
Line. Or DH?
I did phenotype.
Okay.
So, Cassandra, did you set your file up that you still had 3 columns for the loci, or did you...
I have 3 separate loci, so I have like M-score 1, M-score 2, and M-score 3.
Yeah, that's what I did, but then, like, I wasn't sure if we were supposed to do that, or if we were supposed to add, like, you only have one M-square column, but then you add another column to indicate which loci it is.
Oh, I think having them as separate columns is probably the easiest because you can attach your environment, which isn't going to separate for family though.
Well,
But
that's why you do the subset for family.
oh, I did my subsets by environment.
Well, I did some for each.
I was just wondering too, like, are we supposed to be using like the simulated phenotypes? Because he changed like the wording of the question to determine estimated, not simulated.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he said that yesterday. And
Yeah.
But I thought we were doing this because then we get the slope and we use that to create estimated.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay, so I did my oh, I have to remember how to put headers on this thing.
Sorry.
AB line for DS16. Will that work? That did nothing. What do you have for the AB line? Or is there just not one because it's like,
Yeah, I tried AB line. I got an error.
I don't think you can get one because of the way the data is
He
distributed.
had one, but I don't know how. But he was also using different data.
Yeah.
This is so confusing now. Oh, yeah, different data, that's right. No, son of a bitch. I had
Wow. Listen to your filthy mouth.
I thought I took a screenshot of that would help, but I didn't.
Main is.
Oh, from Beavis?
Yeah.
I did take a screenshot. Are you looking for his code or which one?
Well, I have the code and everything. I'm just trying to see what my slope is, but like I have the intercept, but I'm not sure which line was supposed to be the slope because it doesn't actually say slope.
Ugh, it didn't let me put. Trying to put like headers, like a title and stuff on the plot, and it is having none of it. So I
Do we
tried.
even need to know the tester information from the first question? Does that get used in this?
I think we just like mathematically apply it in the second question.
Well, I'm doing it right now, but I don't see a place to add the tester, genotype.
Ah, here it is. So are you gonna? Oh, okay.
So I posted what I'm trying to run for code to get like the title and the X and Y to have proper headers, and it's not accepting that.
That's weird.
Unexpected bracket.
Oh, you have an extra parentheses at the end.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I hope. It'd be really nice if it just like worked. Yeah! It happened! Oh, it looks better if you don't maximize your screen though. Because there's so much distance in the graph if you make it too big.
So,
It's a very not exciting graph.
Man, just creating these phenotypic values is insanely time consuming.
Yeah, that's
But once it's
Yes.
done, it's like the worst
Okay,
thing.
everybody agrees it's insanely time consuming. Okay, got it.
so he said tonight he said we use that. We get the slope, and we'll have one slope for each loci. So
Yeah, so we're getting
it's just subset.
the intercept and the slope. And then we need to keep track of where we're getting it for. So environment 1, loci 1. I'm just going to make like a little grid chart to keep track of them as we calculate them. Oh, no, but you're only going to get it for whatever subset you create. Oh, because he did it from
It was a different file he used.
a little linear model.
Yeah.
So I have a chart now. And then if I call this environment 1, loci 1, linear model, error, because I don't have yield.
Anyway, second question. What are 3 steps to help?
And then how do you look at that bad boy?
You have to just click on it and
Click on
then
Drop down coefficients.
yeah.
And then it doesn't let you copy and paste.
What are the 4 steps to putting the giraffe?
where am I off?
I put the 3 steps. I said 4. The right answer. The right answer is. Put giraffe in.
Okay, so we only have to do this like a million more times.
The line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the animals but 1. All the animals attend but 1. Which animal is it? Why? The giraffe is not going to refrigerate. Lemon. Sally wants to cross an alligator infested. There is no bridge. The only way she can get across is by swimming. She swims across and makes it to the other side. Why? Sally wants to cross an alligator infested river. There's no bridge. The only way to get across is by swimming. Swim across and get to the other side too. Why? No. No, the alligator there. Well, I mean, my last question. Sally dies negative. Why? That's Sally died. Oh. She got hit in the head by a bike. Why is that cool?
Are they identical, the slope and everything for you between them?
Between
So in environment 1, my loci 1 and my loci 2, I wonder if I missed changing something. No, I changed my thing, are identical.
I'm doing the families right now.
Okay, I'm doing environments, so we'll see.
Okay.
Okay, so just to double check, pretty much we simulate 50, and that should be the same for every family throughout the thing, right? I keep getting off somewhere, but we should just have the exact same genotype since they're double haploids in the simulation for everything, right? So when you replicate it, each environment, each rep, it's still the same genotype.
Yeah, the residuals will.
Yeah, all those values change, yeah. I keep copying it over, and somewhere I keep getting off in my loci too. So like rep 1's one and rep 2's the other.
Yeah, that whole thing was such a.
Yeah.
So a doubled haploid 1 through 50 is always going to be in A, and 51 to 100 is in B. And then you have to do 2 reps and 3 environments, so 6 total. Yeah, it's 900 total. What a pain. I can see why.
Yeah.
No, this is stupid.
Yeah, it helps if you have your stuff well sorted. I did not at first yesterday and almost did way more work because I didn't have my reps sorted together. I had them sorted by environment and then rep. But I'm sure everyone else has already caught that and made sure they didn't do that because it's so tedious that you don't want to do more than you have to. So if we run all of the environments by the loci and all of the family by the loci, we only need to do 18 regressions and then 20 if we do one overall. Oh, but then by loci, so all environment by loci 1. Shit, it's a lot of regressions. I will let you know if doing the environments keeps getting me the same values, because then we can probably not do them.
Okay.
Yeah. Right now I have a list of 23 regressions that we could do.
I'm just going through the family currently, or families.
Yeah, I'll go through the environment ones. Okay, yeah, I think if you run it by environment, it doesn't matter if you change the loci, you'll get the same slope and intercept, even though the graphs will be different.
For each environment?
Try doing environment 2 to see if it still rings true, but I think that's what's going to happen.
Okay, for the families, everything changed throughout.
Okay, like every time you ran a new graph, it was a new intercept
Yeah.
and a new chart.
Yeah, I didn't actually run the charts each time, but the intercepts changed. And if it's homozygous, the slope's 0, of course. So
Yes. Okay, yeah, so when I go to environment 2, the values change.
Yeah, we'll have tragic event. Oh, yeah, yes. What's a common experience that everybody does?
So I've got that there's 18 we could do. So what would be the other ones? Like, are you talking about if we?
Well, right, I have 23 right now, but it's starting to look like you don't need to do more than one loci. You can just do environment,
Okay.
just environment 1. I'm hesitant to delete it. I'm going to try and do just one more and see what happens. What if I change the MS to 2?
They're like, what you think? Yeah, I'll be repeating. Somebody did something, but we don't know that. And everybody's like, no, okay, no, it's like, everybody knows.
Yeah, you don't need to do more than one for environment.
Oh yeah, by the way,
Wait,
Okay,
I
I've
think
got a
it's
question on
different.
creating. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Emily.
I was just gonna say I'm getting different values for each loci at the environment.
Environment level?
Yeah.
What am I doing wrong?
Do you have the right like file or data set attached?
Yes. Yeah, I have. So the environment 1 subset, and then I change my data point from whatever MS column I want to search. So we'll save that I'm trying to get for MS2, the second data point. Environment 1, loci 2. I know what I did. I didn't change the MS in the linear model. I changed everything except for that, so that's why I was getting the same value over and over.
Oh, gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Now it's different.
No. Okay. So I've got everything but for each loci at the family, each loci at the environment.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else we could do it by besides like trying to do an overall?
I think overalls, yeah. Because he mentioned wanting that.
I started to space out when he was in that part. I was actually ordering concert tickets.
Oh, listen to you. What concert are you going to see?
It's called Cody Jinks. He's a, like, I don't know, Red Dirt country singer at Red
Okay.
Rocks.
Very nice. He's coming to Iowa, and I'm ordering tickets tomorrow.
Nice. Yeah, I saw him in New Mexico last year. It was like the smaller country bar, but it was a really good show, and he sang for like 2 hours straight.
Yeah, I've seen him once or twice before, and he's good. I like him.
I have a question for you all. I'm creating my data set for question 2. And family A, should the locus genotypes change at all, whether it's Rep 1, Rep 2, Environment 2?
No.
It should always be whatever.
Boom. Measuring for the door. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, pretty good so far. You guys have a little more space now. Yeah. Yeah. A little lunchroom now. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Good. Sorry. Yeah. This would be nice to have a door there. Yeah, yeah. Or when they have meetings in there sometimes, you can have a little break.
Goodbye, Mana.
So the masteries are due in the day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because we're not even going to. It's sort of an arbitrary number because like next week let's see, we have the Irani type calibration meeting. So I basically just have to have and it's only available to the students. So basically I have to have it just gives us as a team time Monday, Tuesday to have the conversations around those masteries that you're submitting. So
Yeah, I mean, they've all been done. I just haven't emailed. Oh, let you know. I didn't forget to clock in the other day. I pulled up over here at like 6:58, and then my wallet fell in between the crack of the work truck. And since there's no back seat, it's really hard to get things out from underneath. So by the time by the time I got it out, it was like 7:04 or something like that. I figured better to just not clock in.
Yeah.
Or should I?
Yeah.
It happens. I mean, hopefully that doesn't happen again.
Yeah. Well, no. That's fine. All you have to do, you can just let me know, and I'll just type it for you. Okay. It doesn't even have to go through someone because I've got the same thing. Or the other thing you can do is there's a 6-digit number.
Yeah, I have the number in my phone. I just
Yeah.
didn't realize I was taking that out.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
You can always, if you ever like, oh, shoot, I left it at home somehow.
Yeah.
You just type that number in.
Okay.
So, yep.
All right.
Yeah, go. Yep.
Howdy, y'all.
Hi.
There's Tyler. Maybe Tyler has
No.
answers.
Haven't even started yet.
Well, there's a spreadsheet you can get a good start on, or start with in the chat, or in the discussion board, just like use prudence, because it's not going to be perfect.
Wait, say that last part again?
I put my Excel sheet up on the discussion board, but there's some errors in it, so like use it with
Oh.
Okay, I'm wondering if C is just a verbal question, meaning determine the average test cross effects for each of the alleles. Well, the test cross is going to create some homozygotes and some heterozygotes.
But you told us to create a regression for this.
Yeah.
For C in particular? Okay.
Yeah.
Remember, I was only half paying attention. So,
Yeah.
what's on page 63 of Bernardo? Apparently, we're supposed to be able to just copy that.
So are any of you going to be on tomorrow, or are you going to get on Saturday?
I've got to be on Saturday evening. So, I'm off until Saturday evening.
I'll probably be on tomorrow.
I'll be on for a bit tomorrow. I was going to go to a show. I can't remember when it starts. I'm going to look right now on Facebook.
Actually, I might be a little later, so probably
Well, if
probably
everybody
not before
wants
6:30.
in the evening,
Oh,
in the
okay.
morning.
Tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're going to get on tomorrow night, I'll be on hopefully by
Yeah,
6.
the thing I'm going to starts at like 9 or 8. Probably 9.
Well, if you get on and answer all the questions before you go, then hey.
Honestly, I feel like I've given you guys all the answers I have. I just don't know how to do anything else.
Well, I'm wondering. Well, does anybody have Bernardo's book on hand?
Yeah, we looked at it. Well, I looked at it last night, and
Yeah.
it's got a table on there.
So yeah, it's the table. You just have to have like your genotype, your frequency, the genotypic value, breeding value, and dominance deviation. So basically, what we've been seeing in the notes the past couple weeks, where you have to find like your A and your D and 2Q squared D and all those values.
And does it specifically say in that table it's for the parents? Because that's what we're supposed to find for the parents. Test press breeding values.
No.
Figures.
Yeah.
I'm taking half a day of my work to work on this homework, so I'm hoping to have some answers by tomorrow night or Saturday.
Yay.
Awesome.
No, and since you're all here, and I know that some of you have asked questions in the past, this is tangent time. The whole, depending on who your committee is, I'm sure is a difference, but the whole closed door session where they talk to you, it's just to talk to you about your research project or whatever you did. So in other words, once the cameras were off yesterday for my defense, just sat down and it's just, while I was giving my defense, they had questions that they'd asked specific to the research and then just answer. At one point in time, Dr. Fay asked me if there was, if I was going to do this research again, was there anything I would change or do I have any regrets about it? And I gave him an answer and he was looking at me. I'm like, I might, is there something I'm missing? He's like, no, but, there are other things you could consider. And so stuff like that. It was pretty laid back.
Was one of
I
your...
was worried.
Oh, go ahead.
What's that?
So was one of your answers that, like, sometimes you just don't... I don't know if acceptable funding is really a good answer, but...
Well, that could... I'm sure... I don't think there's a wrong answer. And my answer was I wish that I had been able to replicate the trials at farms, but, it was really not practical. Dr. Fay was saying that it would be good to, you know, should I have considered bringing in a wild natural stand variety? And the problem with that is we have no isolation, and you do not want to enter shattering traits back into your breeding populations.
Why is that?
Well, we bred against shattering for so long. You put in natural stands, and they're nothing but shattering. You start to create problems immediately.
Gotcha.
That would be a very bad thing. So, but that, I mean, it was pretty laid back. So it's not. I was worried that they were going to be like, okay, quick, what's the formula for XYZ, and you know.
So it wasn't a grilling or anything like that.
No. It was like a question and answer session and discussion. So.
Was it kind of like an interview type of thing?
Yeah, in a way, it was a lot more like that. So when you guys get to that point, I wouldn't be too wound up about it. Not unless you've got a real set of jerks for your committee.
I got Paul. Does anybody know who Paul Scott is?
No.
Paul Scott's my major professor. He works for the USDA, so I don't think he's actually a faculty member.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He should probably be even cooler. He's probably like, let's just get this over with. Okay, we're done, bye.
Yeah. How involved were you with Dr. Fay?
Not a ton. I mean, because I was writing stuff, and you know, it's like, I think that's why they're starting the class on how to do the paper, the creative component, right from the beginning. For any new people coming in the program, because I get the feeling, when I was down there, they both seemed very busy. So it was supposed to start at 8:30. They both showed up right around 8:30, 8:35. And there was a little bit of banter that a little talking before we jumped into my presentation. But it's, they were very polite, don't get me wrong, but Dr. Luberstedt was telling me how busy he is, and so he kind of comes to lecture, trying to get it done right before he does it, and it's a little disorganized. So that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because I haven't really been in talking too much to Dr. Scott. And
okay. Yeah, I didn't talk to Dr. Fay.
If that was a really bad thing or not, or if I should be.
No. Well, at least not for me.
When am I planning on doing it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've started to write my thing. Realistic is probably next spring. Is probably realistic for me.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of like in a similar boat. It was going to be this fall, but then the last class I need, they moved it to the spring. So like right now, I'm not talking to my professor that much. It's kind of like, I don't know.
Are you doing a study? Like, do you have a study picked out?
I'm doing it on drought tolerance.
Oh.
Like
okay.
just
you might want to do it in the fall, Emily, when you have time, even if you split the credits and then do one credit in the fall.
Yeah, I'm going to start working on it this summer. I'm going to get one credit this fall and then 2 next spring.
Yeah. And then if you crack it all out and it's mostly done, then it's just the formality of scheduling your presentation, really.
Yeah, that's what my goal is, so that all I have next spring is like one class and that presentation part.
But you have to do your presentation when you're in 399 though, right?
Yeah, you have to do it your last semester.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
So since this is my last one, I won't even register for next fall. I'll just have to register next spring.
Either that or you could split it like that too, so you could work on it fall and spring.
How's that?
Well, then you talk to Michelle Zander, but I split it to where I had 1 credit in the fall, and they didn't charge me at that time for it, and then they gave me 2 credits in the spring, and I paid for everything all at once.
Well, what's the point of doing a 1-to-1 and 2.
Because then you're just so then you're working on it and you get credit. I don't know. I'm not. I guess I don't know. I don't know
You
if
have to
it'll.
have the credit to hold your spot.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe you need to have a crew. Yeah.
Like Michelle was telling me, it sounds like they prefer that you do it that way. I think, like Jock said, just so that like you're working on it before,
Okay.
and like you have most of it done before the last semester.
It might be getting mixed up in this whole thing as to why they had to create the creative component class, because maybe people were pushing it off too much and then there was a lot of trouble.
I gotcha.
I stuck to a strict regimen and schedule because I knew if I didn't, this would get screwed up. And it was, admittedly, it went very smooth. So I highly recommend it. Do a little bit every day kind of thing. Don't wait till the last second. But like I said, I didn't talk with Dr. Fay a whole lot other than he basically wanted me to kind of get a real rough draft done and then send it in to him and Dr. Luberstedt. And they kind of went through it methodically. So you have your abstract, your intro, your materials and methods, your results, and your discussion. And then your resources and your, well, and then your resources, and then like your appendix, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
And so I did the materials and methods first, and then went down and I did all the easy stuff, the resources, the acknowledgments, the materials and methods, and the agenda was just where I put stuff as I was doing the work, or the appendix. And then I did the intro, and then I finally got all of the results done. And that was probably the hardest part, was trying to figure out what went in results and what went into discussion between the two of them, because they kind of, some of stuff crossed over. It was that may be your hardest part too.
Yeah.
And then you write the conclusion and do the abstract. I sent it in, and then they would take a certain chunk of it. So I think like the first one was Dr. Fay did the materials and methods and results, and then he sent it back to me. I mean, they covered the whole thing, but that seemed to be the main focus. And then Dr. Luberstedt did the results and the discussion and the conclusion, and the resources, and then Dr. Fay did the intro and the abstract. So it was kind of that kind of setup with how they did it, and so it always felt like they were ripping it apart and putting it together.
Yeah.
But.
Well, yeah, that was. I mean, so you don't have any corrections anymore, then? I'm assuming.
No. See, I went down, and I went down Tuesday night, Tuesday afternoon, and Dr. Luberstedt sent me a copy of some corrections he thinks needs to be done. Suggestions, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. And that's what I'm going to try and do either later on tonight or tomorrow, is go through and add those in real quick. And then I have to send that to Dr. Fay. He has to look it over and decide if it's good enough or if he wants to make any other suggestions. Then it goes to, I believe, the dean's office. Then I think so. And then they incorporate it into ISU.
Oh.
And it's all got to be done by like the 25th here.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, so I've got to get cracking on it quick. I get the feeling I do these corrections and it's like a matter of a couple of days and it's done maybe, but...
Oh, there's still more corrections?
Yeah. Well, and then, this thing goes, if, like I said, my boss wants me to put it into publication, and I'm giving a presentation down at the national meeting in November, and so it's...
What national meeting?
The
national race?
No, ASSA, CSSA, the big society meeting in...
oh, really?
In San Antonio.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I get to give a little 15-minute presentation. Yay! In front of whoever shows up. It's not. Cool. I'll do it. It'll be fine, but it's not my thing.
Yeah.
I've done enough of these stupid things though that I almost feel like I'm an extension.
Well,
Oh, so that's in November. I was looking
Yeah.
up.
Yep.
4,000 people.
Hey, I'll give you guys this. If any of you guys happen to show up down there, I will buy you your first drink. Whatever you want. I swear to God, you guys got me through this class. I will buy you your first drink. I don't care what it is.
My company doesn't let us leave the site.
Well, there's your chance.
I know I was offered last year to go to ASTA, but I think that's in Chicago and a different thing.
Yeah, I think that's more of a regional conference.
Yeah.
Well, they had like a symposium at the USDA in Fort Collins, which is like 45 minutes north of us.
Mm-hmm.
And this was like last summer, and it would have been really useful, but they didn't even tell us about it, like where I work.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it's like it wouldn't have cost any money, but they don't bother like passing that information on.
That wasn't the seed conference, was it?
Well, there was that too. Like, there's been a couple. of
That's I went to that.
Yeah, and it's like we're 45 minutes south of there. Come on now.
Yeah, actually, it was a really good conference too.
Yeah, I'm really irritated about a couple things.
Yeah, I can tell.
Well, thanks for telling us about that. I was going to ask you.
Yeah, it's. I really wish that they had a little bit more information because it's really intimidating. And then when I did it, it's like, oh, you know, it's no different than, at least to me, than going in front of a small, you know, growers association group and giving presentation on your research.
Mm-hmm.
At least at the time that they do that. Now, Dr. Luberstedt had said that by the time they accept your creative component, that's pretty much the done deal. It's a formality to do the presentation. He said he had never heard of anybody who had any problems after they had been invited down to do the presentation. So,
Well, it makes sense because I mean, just from all the corrections that you make and just the fact of writing it, you should know it inside and out. And some certain people are just awful at giving presentations, so.
Oh yeah, and I
mean,
can
if you
understand that.
Yeah, I can too. And so if people can just get through the presentation and all that, then shouldn't be too bad.
Yep,
Did you
agree.
meet Michelle and all them? Did you meet everybody?
Because what was going on, remember they had the one of the people from Corteva down there to speak at lunch.
Oh.
So they were all a little uptight about that. So Michelle Zander showed up and she set everything up. And then it was just Dr. Fay and Dr. Luberstedt. And then another student came over from somebody else's group who I didn't recognize. And that was it.
Yeah,
And
they didn't send like the email for yours, like with the link.
It just went out in a group email like a month earlier.
Yeah, I had a reminder on my calendar, but I was caught doing something, so.
I was going to say I was going to go and say hi to Dr. Beavis, but he sent me an email saying he didn't go into his office because he was sick. And by the way, isn't that a funky voice he's got, huh?
Yeah.
It's weird.
I was wondering if he got in hold of one of his like little kids' Darth Vader voice changers or something. That was different. And then everybody else I was going to go visit seemed like they were going to be really nuts about this noontime visitor. So I just was like, no, I'm going to go and run home. Will you get out of here, James? Jeez. My son being a goof.
Well, congrats, I guess.
Yeah, thanks. So I didn't do as much scouting around as I should have, but
was that your first time at the campus?
No, it was my second time. I went down there about 6 years ago for a week-long like mini seminar on seed sorting for like niche crops and stuff. So I had a couple people in there that were doing tomatoes, and I think there was somebody down there from sugar beets.
Woo!
So it was like post-harvest processing of seed kind of stuff.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, they got some innovative things in their lab down there for processing.
Yeah, it was nice to see that, and then we got to tour the plant introduction station for the USDA that's down there, and we got to go to I don't remember which company, but they do seed coating.
Oh my God, what, Landac? Is it Landac?
Might have been. Yeah, they were saying that there were like 3 or 4 of them in the area at that time.
I think it's Landac because they have a thing that delays seed germ using the seed coat.
This might have been the neonicotinoid seed coating that they were doing at that time before it became really nasty or bad news.
Wait, where was this at?
Ames.
Oh, was this like when you were there the other day that you saw it, or?
No, this was like 6-7 years ago.
Oh, okay. I was like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, but it was. I mean, it was also in like June. I remember it was like 90 degrees out. It was pretty nuts. So, what was really cool is at the USDA introduction station, they've got some plant that they grew, and it was like super tall. So they've got it on the wall above one of the doors. It's like 12, 15 feet long. It's crazy. I don't remember what the plant is.
Huh.
So if you ever get a chance, go and tour it.
I wonder if that was at the Iowa, like every year at the Iowa State Fair, they have like the tallest corn plant. It's like something crazy tall.
Yeah, no, it wasn't corn. It was some other species.
Oh.
But, you know, it was just, you walk through this door and you look up, and instead of like a big sword on the wall or something, it's this ginormous plant stalk. Not what I was expecting. The storage units are really cool, though. They're based on, they're like, they're shelves, and they're wheeled, and you can push them all together. So if you want to go down you create the aisles. So you like turn the wheels, and like 30 of these shelves will move in one direction, and you create an aisle, and you can walk down to go and find whatever accession you need. They said it's based on a library system, so you don't have permanent aisles. It really helps to compact it. That was by far the coolest thing I saw. So
I read in a magazine, it was a couple of months ago, that there's a global seed bank. I think it's in like Norway or something like that.
Yeah, that's cool.
I know what you're talking about.
It's actually inside of a mountain or something like that. I don't know.
There's a couple global repositories.
Yeah.
Amazing to see some of them.
Now I would like to go and see one of them. That would be fun. Yeah, we talked about that at that conference this summer.
Did you tour the Fort Collins seed vault?
We didn't tour it, but Dr. Walters and her staff were running the program, so we got to sit and chat with them quite a bit. And the conference was split equally between private company people who were trying to figure out how to deal with seed germination for their crops and seed storage and all that, and the other half were basically conservators and people who were running seed banks and trying to maintain collections without losing germination or variability or genetic diversity, I guess would be more accurate to say. And some of them are dealing with some seriously wonky stuff. One of the curators from Hawaii was there, and he's talking about these plants that they got, and they're like super endangered, and they have to stand upside down, plugging one hole of their nose in the moonlight of the month of August to get the stupid seeds to germinate. It's just wow. So I think it was really something like you have to soak it in a 10% acetic acid solution for 2 hours, and then do this and that and this and that, all these steps, and then you have a chance of germinating this big seed. And they have a little party every time they do it. Because it's yeah, exactly. And I'm like, holy crap, I thought my job was rough.
Such a nuisance, it sounds like it should be extinct. Just kidding, I care about diversity in plants.
Yeah, kidding. I hear ya.
Yeah, anyway, I'm pretty sure to go for tonight, so I'll check back in tomorrow, watch the lecture, and
That lattice design is still a good thing for A. I just got to come up with a better explanation. But I'm just a little worried that there's a step in there I'm missing, and they're not as related as that. Knock it off. Yeesh. So, all right.
Well, y'all have a good night.
You too.
Yeah.
Doc, I guess just with the full sibs and half sib things, I'm just thinking like when you make the initial cross, they would be full sibs for sure. But then when you make them into DH, at that point, I'm not sure if they would still be full sib or if they'd be half sib, because you kind of like only take half of the genetics, the DH, right? Oh, he's gone.